Well, looks like no more transcoder options. Hello, how y'all doing today? I'm Federico, welcome to the channel. Had a busy day, doing some stuff, so... So today we're just gonna do Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's kinda late to do some Overwatch. Matches are not gonna be that good, so screw it, let's do it. Hope you all been alright. Sorry about that, just had some Red Lobster. First time in a while. Too much Red Lobster. Alright, let me just finish posting. That was the image from yesterday. Why is it using the same image? Ah. Let's try custom bed off for a little while and see how that works. Alright. It's time. It's time. And we're going to continue this starting tomorrow or Wednesday. Platinum done. I have to upload my save, and then I'll get all my trophies in here too. I may have to cancel an active order. Or two. So let's see how that works. I don't think I had anything active yet. Now we're back in Japan. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Ugh. Time to steal the cells once again. I don't know his voice. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove all that she is telling me in court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Alright, here we go. Since she's playing a boy, we're using our boy voice. Normal voice. 13 August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Room 1. I hereby call this court to order. We reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membane. $9 We did finish a little early because I was tired as shit. I am tired as shit today too, but 5 hours of sleep or less. But I'm gonna try to keep going. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness, you little son of a bitch? ... Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with collaboration of Professor Mikotaba's laboratory at Yuma University, the police have re-examined a knife used to end Miss Jezebel Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling on the matter, you little piece of shit. Oh, you too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had a reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it will be there in good time. Rickshaw. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for... judging by the man's swagger, we need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, counsel, what are the results? How dare you interrupt me? The dagger, which was cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Well, what? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Arm of the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. But they're incompetent police, so we don't know. They probably did. The murder weapon has entered to the courtroom. Small knife that has a crime scene was found on the victim's back. No trace of poison was found on the blade. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier. Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I have to fight the urge to run on it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been serious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Oh, nothing else special about it for now. In short, the accused's feeble excuses earlier have been utterly destroyed. Reacting just like Naruto. Now the prosecution's ready to call a new witness. The newspaper reporter managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's blood? Maybe just a tip? There's that jackass that was when... Yeah. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Write to Minamimo of the Shoyu News. I'm what you people like you call a journal. Journalist? What's a journal, father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper, catching all the scoops within print, and the next morning, even if I had to commit the murder myself, he is more likely the one who did it. How else would we have caught that photograph? He stabbed her through the fucking hole in the back, and then he took the picture. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph of it. Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourselves, people. The mean will sense a scoop in this offing. In the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Here's to lap this up and we'll set it above the fold of the 32-point and 5-leg format for the morning edition. Alright then, let's start with your name. We were asking the questions here. It's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thanks. When did you become a lawyer? Want to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Oh yeah, the controller's died. Hello, charge. There you are. Now you're charging. Oh, get off the TV. Want to do it for me? Country's legal system, I suppose. Hope. Damn. Miyutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. Hope, come over here. You're blocking the screen. I can see the beginning. Hope. Down. Down. Come on. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Here, lay down up here. Well, he needs a backstory, right? He's become very ambitious, I think. It's a power Kazuma-san's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takushi Aochi. That's Takeshuchi Aochi. Hope. So-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. ... No, the readers won't buy that. Witness? Yeah? What this course demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, you know? And why were you peeking in the girl's room? Yeah, sometimes stories come to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. By the way, you gotta be fast. You caused the story to happen. Fast legs to run with. A fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's why I call my Minamizoism. Minaminoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me. Yeah, that's right, that was me. Minamino again. But you were supposed to be going back to Shoyu's offices after a meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because the Englishwoman's words have piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. Well, yeah. Because Japan was so stupid to... Yeah, fuck it. If we incarcerate this one British woman, then our treaty is broken. Yes, horse dog. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. No shit. Hey, you got blue paint on your hand. Awfully suspicious. The Supreme Court's rulings are... I'm trying to find a good voice for him. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. Police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down these words said by the Minamino memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. Here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see the country's coast. That serious criminal going on some junket? I need to know about this. So I decided to sneak after them. Get that woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you indeed witnessed it firsthand? Were you masturbating while you did it? I have to know. Oh. That grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh, damn. Oh, yes. I saw it with my very own eyes. Start to finish. Do the viewfinder on my trusty camera. You know how much film you're just wasting right there? Thank you, Minamino-san. You'll now give formal testimony before the court. You'll state exactly what it is that you witnessed on the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Witness testimony. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reeds. scene, so it was plenty of gaps to see through inside. I wanted to see her naked. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the girl suddenly came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman on the floor as she stabbed her in the back. From where? From what hole did she pull her knife out of? I spun her journal. Spirit burst into flames. Quickly as a flash, I whipped out my camera and ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weed of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot. So you're a voyeur. A pervert. Pervert son. Read screens, you say. Right. You can see them clear enough through the great shot I snapped. The wall were just screens made of coarsely woven weeds. Yes, this allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief in the summer heat. I feel like this will be important later. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Knowing the time being an appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. Saw the whole thing from start to finish. You saying that you looked through the photograph, you took the photograph through the gap in one of the screens. Lucky for me, they were pretty shoddy woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust my camera lens through the gap. Thrust it through. Favorite imagery, huh? Would I get away with it or would I be seen? That was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considerably admirable in a journalist, I suppose. It's called a pervert. Run the risk one day, run the scoop the next. That's the meanism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear to have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This is a testimony that begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. A startling photograph. All these markings of an exceptional story for a reporter. But did he make the crime himself? Why then was the new story never published? Oh, that's right. Seems clear to me that there were circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Consul. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. It's more as reporter that meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Like the camera? The camera never lies. The beach hut was shoddy weeds, so there are plenty of gaps to see inside. I peep in people's windows all the time. I know this. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it a journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur. Well, yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. That is also true. Nope. You got it all wrong, little student boy. How? Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside that was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops no gender, man or woman, it's all news. It's not even metamunism, that's just basic journalism. That's a hard voice for me to contain. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if it's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside this hut, you little piece of shit lawyer? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that was. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it was clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. He stabbed her in the back. You just had to prove it. So you actually saw me and Amino saw entering the hut. Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my journal spirit. Man, it's a hard voice for me to continue. It's almost like my Batman. Anyone have a throat lozenge? As the newer Batmans are. And the argument you mentioned, what was it about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, she'd lay her into her anymore, she would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. Descriptive talents that are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. You really gotta work on the similes though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, the woman in the dock was mighty angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was the climatic moment that I caught on film. Only one photo. Seconds later, the girl pulled a knife, threw an English on the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Really now. But there was no indent on the floor. You swear before this court you actually saw the precise moment the stabbing took place. God, the precise moment? I didn't see that. Just that. Saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish. Have your simple plans of the beach hut? Perhaps you could explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right, you are. Here at my memo pad. When I first peered through the hut, I'm sure the Englishwoman was on this stool in the back of the hut here. He was peeping through that side, but there's a hole in the back also. Hope it's taking a nap. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirms that. She just sat in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out the way. In a flash, plunged her knife into the adversary's back as the two passed each other. So she dodge stabbed. That's quite a ninjutsu attack. Oh, what you describe as a crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what the Minamism says. Beach of plasma enters the court record. Yeah, beach victim is found. By the way, Minamino-san. The gap was around here. There's another gap back here. Whilst you were watching this terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our rights and they tier. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. Server always remains on the outside looking in. And that's what's something you're proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness' last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what do you? I will grant the defense's request. Minamino-san, will you supplement your formal testimony to the aforementioned statement? Well, nihilism is the foundation of Minamism. But I shall gladly prove my words are meaningless. Never once set foot in night, no spoke with the victim, angel woman. I was just there as an observer. Never set foot on. So why do you have blue in your hands? Alright, so we're here at number 4 now. It jumped us to 6 to the new statement. A smoldering journal burst. Spirit burst to flames. Quick as a flash with the camera out to click. The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why didn't you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make the story out of this incident. That's a good question indeed. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. So, still going to the voyeur, but I never discussed my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic minimalism. Is that something to boast about? It really is not. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it, that's brilliant. Burning desire to see something or other exposed. Which you could have done so by writing a fucking article. There has to be a good reason why you didn't think to write an article about what you saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How did you manage to take the photograph? Now then.
Ah, yes, Dan. I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of the scenes and poked the lens through the perfect shot. But the two women inside didn't notice? Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Yes, you would. Which you'd think will make you reflect on what you're doing. No, your general job is to collect the little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Footprints, huh? Hint, hint. Footprints. There's a lot of footprints in the front. Did he just make that up? Hint, hint. The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain his photograph. And his photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing to be said. Leave nothing but footprints, he says. If you hadn't been inside, then how did you... I never once set foot inside the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. He said he left footprints. Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? You quite sure about that? I think you may have wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves are stretched to the breaking point, actually. Well, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap with a shock. You really should have summoned help before thinking about your camera. You should summon help before thinking of your camera. Humanism and humanism don't always agree. Most of the time, those instincts, humanism comes out on top. Sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to get cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Hint, hint, surely he's making all this up. Claims to have spied the whole affair from the start to finish. That's true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem like he's holding something back, doesn't it? That's how you feel. I suggest you thrust your instincts and press him on everything he said. Thought I've done many things before in your world judicial system. Yep, I have. I've seen the witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. You never set foot inside, huh? What statement is contradicting? No. It's not so, Consul. Perhaps you care to explain to the court precisely how? How? Well... definitively? The contradiction lies in your... The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel. Need to reconsider. So first I gotta press them again. Where's our capture and film? Why did you get help? Why did you write the story? There'd be some good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw. To a minute notice, otherwise he'd be in jail. There it is again. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Did he just make that up? No, I can't. I'm jumping too far. That's the last statement there. The last statement there.
What about those white eyes of yours, huh? What about those?
What do we have to contradict? Oh, I know now. The ink. You never stepped foot on. Me and Amino saw until night. I had a firm belief. The newspapers are in business of uncovering this and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie. That's why I'm proud to wear this emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, it's more Minaminism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minamino-san, do you recognize this pen? RM. Right to Minamino, not Raymond Bonnie. Just show you news who's currently following Psychic-san reporting on every move. As a result, he's an eyewitness to the incident. Whereas the student of the British Empire returned to Japan to spell out bad luck in the law, he is a successful author and a witness to the current case. Ah! Yep. This pen was found at the crime scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. Who are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice its owner's initials are engraved on there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. Initials of the accused, Raymond Bonnie. Is that a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.? No! Right 10 Minamito, R.M. And the blue ink on his neck. That's horse dung. And the blue ink on your fucking hand? Can't you see? One of the central tenets of minimalism is being a pencil user. And yet, the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is a very obviously blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. In your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horse dung. Horsey horse dung. Minamino-san, is not the case that before she died, you met with Jezebel in that beach hut? Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? There's nothing but another excuse. I don't care about this evidence you're presenting. It's going against my case. It's hurting my case. Stop it. Through. Exactly. Show you news will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. Must be as many people in the initials RM as there are stars in the sky. The defense has neither the time nor an inclination to count every star in the sky. And there is no need anyways, because this pen has more to tell us. See? There's another clue. A clue that will undeniably prove who the owner really is. Does it? Take off the lid. Screw the barrel. The hole's ink. Filled by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Something wrong, Flutter? There doesn't be any ink in there at all. Ah, that's the clue we needed right here. Show you news.
In that case, counsel, defense will now show the court where the alleged clue lies. Pull it out of your ass.
Of course, Your Excellency. We'll find a clearly reveals his owner is. I'm gonna take all this apart anyways. Right here. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on his fountain pen. Emblem that you will of course recognize, Minamino-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Show You News! Goodness!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of Show You News, whose initials are RM. Who the victim was clutching, so now you're the suspect, bitch. Suddenly the stars in the night sky doesn't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minamino-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Order! Order in the head, Futurama. I'll never let it die. Explain yourself, witness. You murdering son of a bitch.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. Harmless secrets? Huh? What? I use nothing but honest tactics. It's called evidence. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, Show You News reporter, behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. Yep. So much for never setting foot. You just perjured yourself, you little son of a bitch. You perjured yourself. And the victim was found holding that pen. So if Mr. Prosecutor says is holding the pen of the murderer, she is holding his pen. An interview? You never mentioned this before. How dare you ruin my case? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed up with her face in the hut. Could have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. Just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, as we immediately say. People don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You piece of shit, son of a bitch voyeur. You will now testify under oath the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I cannot speak out alone about this. Need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Now brace yourself, because it's not a harmless one, it's big.
What?
What? Nani? Minimalism states that one man's secret is another man's front page story.
Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Drag him by the hair if you have to.
There was a story about that today. Soseki-san hiding something? Apparently, some cop pulled this black guy who was on drugs and smoking drugs through the window by his hair. There was an article about that today. Witness testimony. The witness is secret. Witness is plural. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, saw the woman being stabbed by the other witness who come running. The detective realized the victim had still had a pulse, so he ran out to fetch help. That's when this writer here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony. Which is why we mean that the man's very real now.
And? You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? And when did you decide to ask her a question? When she did, rather. Yes, true. He did, that's all. We'll get a very definitive answer. That incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing of it now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? Cletus, the slack jaw yokel. It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Sorry, I'm being loud. I know. Through. I'll try to keep it down.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted. The court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Porter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? Wonder if it could have happened without it. The Witness's Secrets. I want to check the trophies, but I'm pretty sure we got all the trophies we needed. Secrets. More. Yeah, because the first one was fodder, whatever. Annoy the shit out of him by getting all the wrong answers. For completing the extra escapade adventures, all outfits, the shovels, the ladders. Everything on there is blackboard. We have to go back to that. Fodder frustrator. Yep, that was what we did. So we're basically everything else in episode 2. We're on. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined. So I left the hut without making a big fuss. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I want to ask her about the incident she was involved with at the end of last year. In that case, with John H. Wilson losing his life, that's not the way I phrased it. Menoism calls it straight talking. Calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her. Yes, that's sort of talking as straight as a ruler. A scary question if you're asked, as if you're asking for a menu on a restaurant. I say, it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Fuck off, bitch. Mystery is a woman's charm. Oof. Ooh. That told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about it doesn't quite seem to fit together. He just gave up after one question. Leave everyone as you're waltzing in the dance room and say, best way. Better the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running along. That's very persistent of you. And Miss Brett had just turned you away. Consider Miss Brown just turned you away. Persistent wins the prize. Any meaningless will tell you that. Let them think you left and then just scoop lower when they lower the guard. That's where you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. We haven't disputed it yet. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to the photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And how did you find me? I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Got nothing to hide. I doubt that, I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. try and stop me. There's a story to tell you, I'm going to tell it. But yet, you didn't tell it. The detective realized that the victim was still on a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. And Sasaki-san remained behind in the hut. That's right, our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over. From his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taught me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars! They're be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping in the air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Sasaki-san experiences in London may have scarred him deeply. As if the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. Keep your religious babble to yourself. And the bathroom. Praise be the porcelain god.
And now, we have come to a crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when the writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. And what question? What exactly did he say? Wait now. You should hear it from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Out with you yokel hack. Everyone's a fucking yokel to him. What did you say to her? What did you say to that dying English woman? Well, truth is, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from the little beach hut, young girls' panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray? I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find a defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Arsenault saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I hear a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Sasaki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? Did she just die?
She did. She didn't respond to anything. She said nothing in response. But...
When in the sand, you expect the... will answer the questions asked for you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
He doesn't even testify anything. I will! I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. So you're trying to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Had been labeled a criminal twice in my time in Great Britain, I was quickly to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool than in prison forever. However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and my mustache because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, so I guess I really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report at the time of Redmond, I can't say I'm surprised at this xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Redmond? Huh? Oh, yes, alright. She did respond in a matter of speaking, I suppose. She held up her pen, didn't she? She just lifted a troublesome finger and pointed it right in the direction of the defendant. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. So like I said, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when I first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor just before us, with the English girl standing on the far side of her. I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last house of strength and pointed a trembling finger back at the back of the hut. At the back of the hut. At the hole in the back of the hut, where she likely got stabbed. She was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused here. No.
So, Saki-san, why on earth are you neglected to mention this in your original testimony?
Fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, yes, of course. This woman pointed her finger toward the back of the hut. What? To the back of the hut. But I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel though perhaps she was pointing at the slightly different direction. Uh-huh. Actually, no, she not slightly. It was a very different direction than the student girl was standing. To somewhere in the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events in the direction which the victim was pointing at both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. Very, very unclear. Your Excellency! Certainly, this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been unconscious, but perhaps the finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of this hand. Why? Because the court can see the one of the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. And then in this photograph, you clearly see a large slit in the back that a knife could easily fit through. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No.
No! The headline's written itself. The headline, headline reads up. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. That'll do extra. We'll do an extra edition. A serious blows was Otto. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit, the substantiate our claim of evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. Hint, hint. But that's impossible, Father. We didn't even know that the crime was committed yet. How the crime was committed yet? Oh, yes, we do. Possible the task may seem, we have no choice. Think back to everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find a clue we need. You guys are kind of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before. So what happened at the precise moment of Miss Brett was killed. Seeing her back to the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got her to her feet and collapsed before the floor in front of me, with a knife in the back. Hint, hint. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for her and herself? And right from the outside. I mean, all this information we can gather so far, there must be an answer to this question.
I take it then the defense has nothing further to add.
So, again, and Yoko student's luck finally runs out. Can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
It's a crucial turning point now. Can't establish what really happened. It's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? How did he or she stab the victim?
I know how.
Your Excellency, I was respectfully asking you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. Alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? None exists. Shut up, bitch. There was someone else present at that scene who could have committed the crime. Wah. And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was at the time, using all her remaining strength to pointing the trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction. Fantasy.
Very well, as you seem to show sure of yourself, counsel. I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the precise moment the victim was stabbed, where was exactly you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Outside the hut. Naruto-san will never give up, and I am Naruhodo now. A Naruhodo. True culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett, concealed at this location.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Order! Order! Order in the head! Futurama, never let it die.
But the student lawyer, the Naruto-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just put in the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop. Ah. But I didn't see any suspicious images loading about. I can swear to that. There's one suspicious individual right here. Obviously, the culprit had been outside the hut. There's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide strong Evidence strongly suggesting that precisely the way that Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, but Yoko.
The defense assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory with the victim being stabbed from the outside of the hut? Right here. The original photographic print from the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take this for fools? There's no hint of such a thing. I'm not sure everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what I'm referring to. Uh-huh.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim to take place from the outside the hut?
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of you can see that the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. A slit.
Mm-hmm.
No! I can't see such a thing. I'm blind. There's no such thing as slits. Only for a camera. Not big enough for a knife. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you expect, however, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed, and someone said this is where they were hiding. Right there, Minamino-san. It could only have been you.
No!
This preposterous idiot leaves me almost speechless. I'll just look at the photograph again. The victim lies at the exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? How we to assume the farcical scenario is that assailant was a knife thrower? Shut up, dumbass. She was sitting. No, of course not. Why not? We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Sat a beach hut I confronted Miss Brett. But she was just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Having a look at the photograph. The stool all the way right there, that exact spot. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting in that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was
killed while sitting on a stool by a stab wound in her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah, I understand now. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Poor the defendant, Mani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on that beach that day. By your silence, Minamino-san, I take it you don't deny the charge. This is... Absurd!
That'll do, Big. That'll do. It would appear that we have a tactile admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Miss Mambani-san, is innocent of this crime.
Oh, thank goodness. Finally made him cave. Must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The algae clan can't lose twice to Naruhodos. Now take off your wig and say it was a girl. What of my grove? My grove of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. That won't.
I see no reason for continuance of this trial. Therefore, move the proceedings by delivering the final verdict, then.
It's him. Yeah. Well, this is very convenient. God damn it, I have to do this raspy voice that is hurting my throat. This is how the highest court in the mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak, branding them as criminals. But you just admitted to that's where you were standing. You established the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at that time to have his hand in the hilt of a blade. It's perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of wherever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, trial's already shown that the whole thing hinges on something else. Turn my music. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. Talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of you. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor to comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that deadly poison was you were developing when your laboratory was stolen, correct? It's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That's correct. Usual constriction of the victim's pupils, sure a sign of the poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had been poisoned in her body before she was stabbed. You gotta say it's poisoned by your pen. And before I forget, made in China. I'll keep this in my backpack later. But still, again, you're implicating yourself, seeing as you were the one to meet with her beforehand. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated through her body. Tisha, huh? How refreshing to hear an argument of the metropolitan mind. These sides of all the criminals. Precisely. It matters now. John, who stabbed whom in the back and whose blade it was. You just said there was no fucking poison. You said there was no poison, and now you're saying, okay, there was poison to help your case. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by a knife, but by the poison. We don't have autopsy. Actually, death by examination. According to the autopsy report, she died by examination, bleeding to death. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Oh, wait. Forgotten already, have we, Yogo? During these very proceedings, the laboratory at the professor's side said assisted in proving. The blade of the weapon was used at the back. Had no trace of poison. Nope, it's on the fucking pen. It's on the pen. We'll test it right now. That the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts are skillfully established by the defense in this trial. Turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well.
Order in the head, but where does this leave us?
The murder weapon's the pen.
How, in that case, the poison entered the victim's body?
Through the pen. There's an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady must have imbibed it. You mean she drank it? And look at the photograph here, as you can see. Bottle of carbonated water and a glass have been knocked over on a sandy floor in the beach hut. Carbonated water. Poison must have slipped into either. So somebody may misbreath drink it. What do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make great front page shot. Hey, why that bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person that should be looking at. You should be looking at. No, you're the first one, because you went inside as a fact acting poison. Either way, you're still pointing the finger to yourself, dumbass. You don't make no sense of all that. I poisoned a woman. Wouldn't it has been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't let me have forgotten. A little hard to believe even that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Well, let me capture those wide eyes. The prime press fodder. That is.
It would seem this trial is not destined to end after all. Hereby call upon the witness to give a further testimony.
That's great, this is great. I'm gonna shot them innocent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it the impossible to be the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain that to the court in your testimony on the basis upon you make such a claim.
I'm a journal and I'm a man. Never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. Not about to start, because that's meanism. For a brief moment I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it's slipping right back into obscurity again. Task the pen. Just where is this trial going to take us? Task the pen. Completely innocent. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. It's a very fact that proves I'm innocent. You killed her, so you're innocent because you killed her a different way. Because why would I have bothered to slap the woman if I already poisoned her? I heard the student girl, a pompous English murderer, arguing. He got my goat. The courts are going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would have to see her justice done. He just all but admitted it now. So you admit it then. Everything that happened as I described. You're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the sweet screens. You can't blame this miserable country. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. That's true, though. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. And that's why I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of the charming lady's back. Plunge my blade of sweet justice right in there. Now, someone who spends his life seeing the truth is told. I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But it turns out there was someone else who had it in for the victim and got it before me. It was you still. That's right, you guessed it. Pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. He wants to blame the girl. I'm pretty sure he's the one that fucking poisoned her. He poisoned her, then stabbed her. Implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. Well, your argument sounds certainly, but you have no fucking evidence to back it up, you son of a bitch. If the witness has administered the poison himself, he will only need to have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore his reporting had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's quite logical. All logical. And yet, he attempted to murder her. That's attempted murder. That's right, it is. Logical and true. Glad you'll see all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I thought I made progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-san and Naruto-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. We're all done, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination for this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Complete innocence. Oh yes, a stabbing is showing. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. It's also the fact that proves you're fucking not. So you admit you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then? The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, cold-blooded killer who committed a murder right here in the Empire soil. But her good-for-nothing government didn't do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. Astro drove me to do it. Oh, I forgot to charge my watch. Yes, fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty, and that's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions and... whatever you want to call it, the point is... the Englishwoman is a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by a student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. And who cares if the guy tried to murder her? I don't care. Attempted murder is not a crime. It's only fun. Obviously, because the poisoning has nothing to do with me at all. I bet you he had the poison in his fucking pen. Since he was following them around in the lab. Because why would I bother to stab a woman if I already poisoned her? So you're still maintaining you didn't give her the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like those. Like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. Crime was an accused's shoulder. Only one person can kill someone. This is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here.
Two consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that's evil and you're got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
No.
That's not the kind of law that this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
We're a student girl and a pompous English murder arguing. It got my goat.
What exactly were you arguing about?
About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. Stugo was laying out to the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson, doctor. Professor of medicine invited here to England by Professor Mikotaba, no less.
Right. But the Englishwoman was just jeered. Her case was to be heard by British consular court in Shanghai, however. Little doubt she would have simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was like eating that student girl up inside, you can see. Really felt for her.
Hold it.
I can't. Can't stand up here and listen to this tripe. Ray? Young girl, you stand accused. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it. Technically, yes, you can. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making this all up. So please, you have to make him listen.
Return to the dock at once, Mbani-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. Journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. The filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, and dirty, great peeping Tom. Oh, take it easy there. Please, what do you think the court should hear what the defendant has to say? Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accuser's remarks. ...
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency, a woman speaking! It offends me.
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle out the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing this is a contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Yeah, it's nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Yep. And how it fit into that pen. A small amount. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true.
Additionally, Miss Brent certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors in the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. If the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out will be very difficult. As in the reservoir. That's true. I was pestering him on combat until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his lab. But as I left, I searched for the top to bottom. I'll search from top to tail. Ms. Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Ozeki-san expressed such interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, it gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It just that I had a similarly terrible experience with deadly poison. Wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you could understand that. To find out that my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brent about the poison. Told her that if there were being an incident involving somehow couldn't just be the university. The military would get dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled up those beautiful lips and said, I don't even know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes, Minamino-san. One small question for you that you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach listening in while the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume University Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning edition of the Shoryuu News. Details are too accurate to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett. Word for word. Ah. Well, Minamino-san. As a journal and a voyeur and a concerned citizen of a free country, I didn't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Minaminism. The source was yourself. Father is clearly right about this. Porter did write the article, and he was based it on whatever he overheard from the outside of his hut. The poison article had been updated. The article about the poison was stolen from you. This reporter Minamino-san based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. Stolen, we're actually going to be consulted. And he sent this. That's why you came up with a stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Very well, you may amend your formal testimony, you piece of shit murdering son of a bitch.
Yes, that's what triggered her. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go in and stab someone as well. Is that what he amended it to? You stabbed her, so he's innocent. By stabbing and shooting poisoner. It's essentially the same fucking statement. The point is, if you poison someone, no reason to go and stab the person as well. Unless you want to make, like, by his logic, make himself look innocent. Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? Nani? That'd be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've even tasted it. Completely reckless. And? Although it might surprise you to learn, a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it seems. He just contradicted himself. Once the victim has taken the poison, she would have only minutes from death. Yet this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There'd be a good reason for that. If the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Miss Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what changed? The reporter overheard a conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. Emil saw first found out about the extract of the poison he used. Could be the key here. With the victim had only taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic sounds entirely reasonable. There was no question this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. Could have been a plausible explanation to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Everything would drop in place. That's what we should search for. That must start to need more information. So the reason you stabbed her was your own poison article. Well, can't think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information in this newspaper article from what you overheard in the hut, outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, we were all in the laboratory together. All we told was it was a terrible toxin. And then there's one more important fact to consider. How was it taken out? According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to slip the poison to Miss Brett's drink. No, the victim. Where are you going with this counsel? How dare you contradict me again? God damn it! You're a woman. Don't contradict me. Go to the kitchen. Minamino-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it, and he would have said so. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have been imbibed with the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mbani-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, my Mino-san overheard the worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? Information which subsequently concluded in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, it was quite the understatement. It's the only possible place they could have came from was my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by this poison would have exhibited telltale signs of death. Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among the new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would be reduced the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh!
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we are developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it on some nefarious deed. Bonnie-san's being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a lay person, unaware of the telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right to Minamino-san. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and it was so traceable. As you listened from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned all of these facts. You already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you had to plan to disguise your mistake. Plan it early while stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? He was trying to prove his innocence by fucking stabbing him. The entire fucking case right now. And you agreed with it. You fucking dumb shit. Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he? Exactly. Because without any reading signs of new secret poison, no one would have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be far too easy to identify, so the killer had to mask its use. He attempted to do it by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order in the head, Futurama. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Gee, they're lying. Well, there's a number. Yes. I can counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way that he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. The way that he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, it also not lost hope. Now I was gonna see where did I hide the poison? It's gonna be that. That's gonna be the final thing. Hold it. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? What are you calling fallen? My burgeoning is. You need a counter argument. I don't need a counter argument. What? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Give it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? We have it. Yes, you make it sound as though plausible, don't you? Well, without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. You've lied the entire fucking time you've been here, you son of a bitch.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in his trial. It's all here in my memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show your news is famous for. The power of the printed word.
But surely it will be too easy to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed, all visitors in the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, but getting the poison out will be very difficult. Now we explain the blue ink stain. How's that then? Blowing a story wide open? See, I write to Minamino, a mere reporter for the Shoryu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen the poison from the professor's laboratory.
What are you doing? You have the evidence.
There can't be any question of it. Must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? She's gonna reveal she's a girl after the verdict. My point is this: there is only one way you, Minamino-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have this witness stole the poison on that day in question?
We gotta present it first. The proof, Your Excellency, is in this fountain pen. And if we see it, we know we're correct.
A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in the country the first time some 15 years ago. Bah! I swear by my weasel hair, calligraphy brush, and nothing else. These newfangled pens are a mere fad. Merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man, words honestly, I love my fountain pen. Obviously. Second, for sick upon this of scrumptious ink, and the work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, to which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write up much later. What does all this sucking up of ink have? And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Minamino-san. The blue in his hand. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, the very lifeblood, to seal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. More absurdity! That never happened! Really? True. We've heard that these were there are procedures in place to prevent deaths like this from the laboratory. But anyone would have thought to look. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detail would have not been search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minamino-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting that?
The natural conclusion is that your hassle to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped your pen after you emptied the poison into her glass. There could be a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write details in this conversation with the victim. When he was shot by the outrageous answer, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, then how do you explain that why the pen is devoid of ink? What? Nani? So you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there will be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to an interview with someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison filled this reservoir and had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
Damn it, they caught me.
So this is how modern justice works, is it?
So what if the ink on my pen runs dry? So what if my pen still snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. He's attacking with pencils. He's attacking with pencils. You claim I sucked out the poison in my pen. That's all suspicion, nothing more. If you thought you could bring me that down a fine upstanding sensible trick like that, think again. Now we test the pen. Now we test the pen. It will seem as it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation now is very simple. Rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove what he did with evidence.
No such evidence could possibly exist. You dumbass. Minamino-san, this is how modern justice system works. What? Nani? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you should do well to remember. Because we're past the point of speculation in stage, I assure you.
Very well then. Call upon the defense to present formed evidence.
Is it then? A piece of evidence to the puzzle. The defense can prove by the means the item, which was a witness's pen that was used to steal this poison. The reagent.
Console, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? Nani? One drop of this contents of the bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minamino-san, and all it will take to solve this case beyond a reasonable doubt. No,
You can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out a test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah.
He's swinging his camera.
This is not my fault.
Empire told me to do it. I was a citizen nation, bowing for the foreign power, took up arms on mighty fountain pen. Justice, righteousness, mechanism, justice, me, no! Susato with me. I'm there. Toss his ass. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? How did you get it on your hand when you were emptying it out? Into the fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini-Meal-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious to find out what it was made of and expose it in the article? I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. Told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed at my face. She made fun of your small penis. You understand? Oh, was this a far eastern Oh. Shit. Oh, was this a far eastern caveman purporting practice journalism? You must really learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What? What did you just call me? This country, with its with its just attentions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways of the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. I couldn't let her get away with what she's done and what she said to my small penis. She clearly had no remorse at all. I mean, my penis, man. It's small, but still, she can't just make fun of it. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. Through. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After the trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. Cover-up? What do you mean?
I would like to remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come now. It doesn't strike you as strange. We're certainly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular justice should never have had to come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away quietly into the sunset a free woman. The possible nation is behind the scenes. Some deal had gone down between the Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up the dirt, and it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. You came under pressure from the government, you mean?
Uh-huh.
The government is going to let criminals walk free if they're going to crush the free press. He was oppressed. Then what choice did I have but to see the justice done myself? How many goddamn pencils does this guy have? He's gone through at least 40 of them. Let's not forget, Minamino-san, that you committed murder yourself and tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh. Yes, I'm sorry. Just musing on a manly way here that...
It's almost unbelievable it's your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo's, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way you handled that trial 9 months ago, the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
It's very flattering, Your Excellency. Now take off your wig.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel almost keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your compatriots.
And the old people making up laws. Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts?
What is that? Prosecutor Aochi? He's gonna do the finger thing like a Yakuza. I, Takeshi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a Kendo youth not once but twice. They didn't just accept my guilty verdict. If there is any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journal to cultural alignment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living in shame, I will end it all here now with this blade.
Such is the tradition of Japan.
For this is the true path of Aochiism. Aochiism? One hopes the only way in which should be modeling himself after witness. Our hopes is that the only way in which he will be modeling himself after the witness. Cutting his hair. Cutting off that top knot. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takeshi. And it just fades away. That's our fireworks. Everyone's paying respects. Everyone's paying respects to the fucking hair.
Now, in regards to the defendant, Ray Rembani-san.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. Hereby find you not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Finally. 13 August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding through my chest, though. So all I can do is stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruto-san? Susanoo! Susanoo! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I was touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy. But we made it through. Together we made it through. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So you have to say that congratulations belongs to you. Susanoo, stop being so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. Crap. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Throw caution to the void. Hey, it's the classic Phoenix Wright music for the wind. So throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? Nani? I'm a great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to Milk Bar tomorrow. Milk Bar? Or something. Alright, I see. Well, I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we're getting knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yeah, it was satisfying. It really was, wasn't it? Anyone else who would we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is, alas. Ray's loving smile. You fought for your friends to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. She'll miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotaba for now. So, I'll never see him again, then. That's a terrible shame. What? Nani? What is this happening? Sasaki said, Inspector House, hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Susato Mikotaba. I don't... So dashing. So divine. No! Double dashing, yes! And devilishly divine, look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were a locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire cousin. Absolutely astounding! Ace! Attorney! Yeah! Poor Soseki-san. So confused. Still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum there was that unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. Alright, they always hint to... a series. I spelled it wrong. Yeah, the court stenographer. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Seki-san was free to return to Japan. Now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm the Chief Inspector of the Police Bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting that to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. We'll see. We got 4 more cases, right? Or 3 more cases. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. Do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, really. I do. And why is he always coughing up blood? We don't fucking know. 9 months ago, when he appeared here in the Supreme Court to testify, he was in a cover disguise as the head waiter at the restaurant. Then on a steamship like Great Britain, of course, he was disguised as a sailor to keep safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-san? Sama. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? What do you mean? Talking about the murder of the Englishwoman committed. About the murder that Englishwoman committed at the end of the last year. Ah, yes, the doctor was skilled, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. And I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? How, and now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On that voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. I don't want to give him his voice right now. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you just utter his name. Well, according to stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, that the once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. That man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? That Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe it's a coincidence. The thing that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that really is true, then that poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study, and it was around the time you were born. Yes, Grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumei University. I also served in other roles as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me here back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an urgent telegram arriving from Japan. So you collapsed with high fever and you are growing weaker by the day. What? Where'd that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after a long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. There was something at Great Britain that you perceived that inconvenience to me in some way, or harmed me? That's not really the only explanation I could think of. Dear me. You do reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. Sorry, my dear, I simply can't.
Ah! Let me go!
What the fuck are you doing out here? Minamino-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you, huh? Got one last thing to say before I take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Huh?
Visiting student? Jezebel Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student-in-law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. No, not her. The student-in-law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student-in-law, you must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What has it to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... Ah!
The judge threw him now. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. Fucking judge threw him. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, sir. Your Excellency. Never know what.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and that it's a good job. It's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. Trial's over. I'm not your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, say Shiro Jijoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance. Suzato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
Ha 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 ha. A judge sees everything, Suzato.
I couldn't let you take the risk if Seijiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So Seishiro, shall we?
Yes, I rule in that case. I am now various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. We have to turn to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you so much. The one important thing is about the thing you got tossed. It's how I got tossed.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I've seen a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Elba's asleep. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezebel Brand, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotaba-san, Esquire, could I have a word? I need a ride. Oh yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it'll be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back here to England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I had no doubt. Such awful things were embroiled in. Thank goodness for locum student Horo-san Esquire stepped in. After you secured my freedom, I could not wait to get on a ship back here to homeland. Rather than Japan, I submitted a report of my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotaba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? It seems he was especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking to return to Japan. So it was then that particular part my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly. But I do remember them. When you remember them? Those two terrible cases I got caught up in. Of course, I'll never forget them. Your father seemed concerned himself mainly with the second case. Your father seemed concerned that... Oh. I mixed up the voices. Two S names. The second one, you mean... The ones that Mr. Sholmes forbade us from talking about in public? Which is why the only case involving you in any member of the public is the first. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, seems like that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. Perfect hideous case. Case of the Haunted Lodgings. Oh. Yeah. Wait, that's the second case? What's the first one? The Haunted Lodgings was the street and the knife and all that stuff. The case somehow caught my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps it's only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. We haven't played that scene yet, so we're, I guess, about to now. Hey, cutscene time.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land now, Hodo-san.
She's falling for him.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Sosek-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
The second case?
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
Or we're gonna probably relive that case.
For the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again.
Told you.
Yours, Sasaka.
Case number 6 is done. I believe there's 9, right? So 3 left to find out whatever this mystery is. Societal success. For completion of episode 1 of The Greatest Attorney 2, resolved from its opening chapter. 42% of trophies. Only 29% of players have gotten there. Episode 2, or number 7. Oh, there is 5 episodes, so it is 10. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kuroko. Alright, I'm going to take a bathroom break and we shall continue. I'll run an ad too, why not? So we get rid of ads for a little while. Alright, run an ad to get rid of ads. Alright, be right back. Alright, and we're back. Markers are set so I can purge the break out of my highlight for my collection. Alright, we are now on to case 7 out of apparent 10. I thought it was only 9. So the memoirs of the clouded Kuroko. Turn to the great departed soul, twisted karma, and his last bow. All right, let's see the opening cutscene.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But
True.
no sooner had my friend
Soseki-san.
exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Those to certain lurkers that are in the chat, I don't know if you'd like to be called that or not. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo, and I'm a fledgling lawyer starting out on my journey. So, like I said, I don't know if you'd like to be mentioned or not. So, if you want to, join my Discord, you're more than welcome to. Easy way to get a hold of me. I do speak on the Extra Life Discord, but I basically only speak on like 2 or 3 channels. Rarely on general because that thing is so busy. The self-promotion and the Extra Life Mace's Little Warrior page. So, it's up to you if you want. My Discord is kind of dead. Mainly going live posts is like half the posts. Alright, let's get to this episode. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo, and I'm a fledgling lawyer. This is the main character, so it's my normal voice. Starting on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Made a very long journey across the sea from the Empire of Japan here to London, England. On my way, I had quite extraordinary circumstances. Made acquaintances with a world-famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Currently reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. As far as we know, that's the only court. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. Did you know? That epic tale was just a small portion of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter arrived this morning from my homeland. Rumble stomach. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It's really time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Shomsui and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. 30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Let's share that. How many of you would be happy with this? Would be happy for a morning like this. I was just about to call for you. The bacon is ready. Good morning, Iris. This smells delicious as usual. For you, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Hey, pal. Not in a word, Mr. Naruto. This could be the true sting, but for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental signature, my dear fellow. Hey, pal. This could be the true sting for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. That's his casual offer. Let's go. Ah, yes, I see. That's it. In my fucking face. Truth is clear to me as day, and my faculty's observation revealed it again. Hey, pal. Yeah, the truth is revealed to me. My gumshoe voice. What are you talking about? You Naruto-san. Mr. Naruto. You, Mr. Naruto. Hey, pal. You have a very morning met with a surprise. Well, no shit. He was trying to tell you about it. Well, is that the case? Really, my dear fellow, barely warrants explanation. First, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten that third button on your jacket. Clearly, when you consider together, these two facts point to you have been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been that way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Of course. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? The evening advanced, I picked up a violin and began to play wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, much dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, in my expectation, I grabbed the first thing I saw. I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it off from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts in the floor, one presumes. He just ripped it off and threw it the fuck down. Helpful. I want to share that with my friends. I was missing the first one, so Select multiple. I should have just made a video of it. I can still. I'm gonna have to shorten it though. Okay, we need a little bit more. So about 20 seconds on the end for that one. Let's try there.
He just ripped it off and threw the fuck back.
Five more seconds.
He just ripped it off and threw the fuck back.
I'm pretty sure that's way too big to share in a fucking video. Not so much of the size, well, it's partially the size, and also the quality of the recording. Alright. Not by that much though. That's enough for the size can be able to trim to share it. Basically 2 minutes, 157. 240.
The button was ripped off last night. You remember? By you. Of course. Hurley pulled your button off.
That's actually a good spot, 240. Actually, that's a good spot to share.
Ah, yes, I recall he just ripped it off and threw it. Oh.
And that'll be the second one. Alright. Friend has been, interested in that. Alright, we'll leave that there. Yeah, for some reason it's a little bit slower uploading to PlayStation. Alright, helpful. What matters at the present time is, my dear fellows, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. For Hurley, Bruno said that when he came in, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Dot. Yeah. Well, it really is a surprise. That really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'll share that once they've seen the 2 videos. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat the bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. It's a special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. Truly an exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful sensational series here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruto, why don't you put this out of our misery? What surprise you have? Why don't you put us out of our misery? What surprise you have for us this fine morning? Ah, well, see the letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right. She has some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing, indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Alright, first things first, the important thing. Look at Iris's board. Ah yes, this is where you note down your ideas, isn't it, Iris? Wonderful melting pot today. The blue carbuncle. She's playing Final Fantasy XI. Yes, it's the case theft that Hurley solved ages ago. Theft of a precious stone. Carbuncle's another name for a garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a round top. Oh really? The garnet is blue, was it? Try again. Yeah, for some reason, sometimes in a big file it fails. I'll just have to babysit it. Make sure it works. And my sister's home. And she heard the door. Come on. Like I said, for some reason it's so slow uploading the PlayStation. Downloading is perfectly fine. Uploading is just slow. A picture is not that bad though. For video, for some reason it is. I guess maybe some party, protection, security things.
Oh yeah, Boston ended up being canceled because he turned around as soon as he saw all that traffic.
The first one?
Yeah.
Did you go to the bank to try and...
No.
Because we're running out of time. Well, the thing is, they're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Try again. You're at the end. See, it gets stuck for some reason on these big files. And yesterday when I went to go throw away the 2 things of litter and the trash, like the sister was on top of, the mom was on top of the garbage, so I had to pick her up and move her on top of the car, and she let me do it fine. She was letting me touch her and everything. Threw the trash away and then put her back on top of the trash. Alright, that should go through. They're usually red. No blue garnet's ever been discovered. Oh. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? A ruby? So blue or sapphires, are they not? That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? It's so quiet up in this attic while Susie around, isn't it? Tell me everything, Bruno. Don't worry, there's plenty of eat for breakfast. Home and office of the Phil's famous detective, a young companion, Iris, he was out of getting people from all over the globe to come engage his services for consulting. 30th of August, Naruto's Legal Consultancy. There's nothing to really do here but examine the shovel. Shovel and the ladder. Office spade. Now, since all sounds gone, it's the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Yeah, I have to do it myself. It's not a spade, never was fine as a shovel. It's Susato-san's desk. Suppose I won't get used to it now that she's gone back to Japan. The wait here patiently for her old friend to return. What about her room? Never did see what Susato-san's room looks like. Go in now, of course, but I don't dare. The young maid's chambers are private. Private chambers are a place of bittersweet secrets. Though from the laughter I used to hear from Iris' visit, I'd imagine it's mainly sweet. Yeah, okay, it uploaded, so now you can share the 2 shots. Alright, back downstairs. Where's the ladder? Wasn't there a ladder here, or is it just the one in his room? God, there's so much shit to check here. What were the trophies for this one? Miss Green's bottle, and before it falls on the table in episode 2. Honestly, answering Mr. Sholmes' question about who might have something that belonged to the convict in episode 2. Yeah, there's not really any ladders here. Books, paper, scientific implements, shells are stuffed to the gussets. This is would only help her herself, but if she were here, she can't stand a mess. Susie might not be able to stand a mess, but we shouldn't dare touch those shelves. Oh, why not? Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If we were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Ah. So you notice it in a very delicate arrangement right from the outset. Make it sound like a meeting of great minds. Truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. If even one thing moves, everything falls apart. The violin. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes, his faithful musical companion. Wasn't it finally made by someone famous? Stradivarius, or other. It's a Stradivarius. It's a Stradivarius. Though I'm afraid you have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Bruno. Didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it in a pawnbroker among the forfeit articles. It clearly says Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of the true great value, see? So I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Mr. Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow. It says so on the label. I think perhaps the ignorant broker is has something of a turn for selling. His machine. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember his name. Hurley calls it the Great Analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. Doesn't really help me. What does it analyze something you mean? Ah, it's an extremely astute question, Mr. Naramoto. Sorry. Well, as I said, machine here spits out analysis results from anything to which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results? Ask the key. And I confess I have no idea. Clearly, I have to construct some sort of great analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help. That's everything on that side. Her trunk. Ah yes, a huge metal chest with a lace cloth laid on it. Use a table for the tea and coffee. Very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut. That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases. Yep, we know. Yeah, so I've been led to believe. Though personally, I've never seen inside it. And that's the way he'll stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten. What, is there a beast inside or something? She's gonna bite me. When it gets here, the time of the year, Londoners seem to have leave their hair so long all day. I love it. Something relaxing while watching the flames lit and dance about. Yeah, but the fireplace's days of summertime is a waste space. Really, no use at all. We're like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, huh, Hurley? That's the jab. But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place? Nice idea. Extraordinarily hurtful, which emanates a cool breeze from the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you meant such a thing, your name would go down in history. Yep, I'm pretty sure you did not invent the AC. Principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in an hearth. No. Yes, of course. Brilliant. Trouble is, none of the fires I built ever burn cold. Now it haunts me. So as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. They are different pieces of evidence from cases you've already solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Mr. Emerald, not quite. These strings are a selection from the cases I've solved with particular aplomb. Pursuing from many successes. Memories, Mr. Emerald. Memories. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon's featured. I forget. Yeah, because he solved it. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Wonderful. Oh. The typewriter. I can type with my eyes shut now, you know. I can believe it. With a deadline approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun. Oh, down. Reminds me of the dream I had the other night. It's such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in pitch black and I didn't make a single mistake. That's incredible. But then, when I got light, I found that there wasn't even any paper in the machine. Well, that is a nightmare, alright. Now I wonder if I had been typing at all. I think I might have fallen asleep on the job. Yes, and now the explosive, you know, so many different bottles up there for that charming little set of white shells. Oh, do be careful, Bruno. You mustn't try to contact any of those bottles if you're not, even if you're hungry. I won't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know. Well, I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day he polished off a full bottle of my alkaloids. He what? He said he was hungry. I'll be extra careful. Wish you could say the same for Hurley. Polished off a full bottle of alkaloids. And the last tea set. Look forward to finding out what aroma tea you'll have, Iris, every single day. Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs in the garden every day, so it's never the same twice. When you call it a concoction, it makes it sound like a science experiment and something for detail. Oh yes, that's because different blends have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so I really hope you're in for a treat. That sounds ominous. Let's try for the ladder one more time. Photograph of us together that day. looks at now, which looks at it looking at, which is why I hadn't taken to laying it down flat. She'll write it up every single time. I've grown accustomed to it. Hope we all get together again sometime like that one day soon. At the first glance, my desk here might have been a total mess. However, it's not a mess at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. Even whenever Sue looked at it, she put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that saying that I should make a more orderly and neat mess. I missed that. Kettle's gently simmering there on the top of the stove as usual. Kind of so that sound to send Japanese tea, and Iris really likes it. For me, it's the sound of the stove and a bubbling kettle that was most bitter winter mornings. So Son's tea said that she left here for me. I think the green tea is still just too bitter, though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. Shulm certainly was expecting the acrid taste one time. Never heard anyone let out a scream like that before. Or seen one fall down the stairs quite like that either. I always bring a smile on my lips when that. It always brings a smile on my lips when that. Their tea set. Too bitter though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. As a show, certainly wasn't expecting that acrid taste at one time. I never heard anyone let out such a scream like that before. Or seen one fall down the stairs quite like that either. It always brings a smile on my lips when feeling all that way. Let's shift it over. Now we'll take the last one there. Smile on this one, feeling down. Let's share those. Definitely share those. No, not that one, over here. So that sounds tea set. The way that goodness for milk and sugar is so bitter. Mr. Shulm wasn't expecting it. Fall on the stairs. And then the last photo. See, photos upload fine. Alright, let's share that Twitter too. Good old Herlock Sholmes. Fucking fall down the goddamn stairs. Alright. So last little things to explore. Her desk. We saw her room. The fish tank. Look, all the prawns and anemones are gently swimming around in the tank. Regularly cleaning, some food and fresh seawater is all they need, and some conversation, of course. Seems like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. Starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. Funny to think that so many people in London had aquariums like this once, when they were in vogue. I expect to see a sea anemones in the middle of the capital. Think I have to name them soon. Alright, so we've explored everything here. What is that? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh. Shh. Not in a word. Ah, yes, I see. This will be a collar. For a breed of miniature canine, with a particularly long neck. And for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear. It symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely. Leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Mrs. Saddle's letter and startling news. It's just great writing. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful handwriting. Wish I could read it. She never learned cursive. And how's your judicial system faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer in Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't that wonderful? Cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in trial as a witness. That's Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. Twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches early. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression they made on you. Clearly. And the startling news. As we have our bacon, that we will probably never finish now. So, what was this starting news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the cases from the Haunted Lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. What was it about? Don't feel entirely uncertain of that case in nature and did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Law asked me to read over the case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly had something to do with that case of that haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Suzawa's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotaba, prompting him to send a telegram. Oh, that case, yes. That case. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yeah. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Harley was all funny about it, remember? He said he was very mean. Story must not be published, she said. Very mysterious as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? You perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes. But why Mrs. Allison suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Mrs. Adelsan's repatriation. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at the Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was. Due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. He was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, the news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her about so that she make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes almost certainly related to the case of the Haunted Lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Mrs. Otto's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? You don't even know what the case was. He's ready. Well, who can say? What? But you just said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a string of announcements, the matter will be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort at my asses. Won't you get Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. With his unique code, he scaled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotaba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sadaki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Here, I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the Haunted Lodgings. You want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. No idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Perhaps I read over the notes again, something might come to light. Yeah, it's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case once again together. So now we're going to relive the case. Everything from what happened to our investigation to the fierce battle in the court that followed. Living every detail. And, like I said, just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Why? We haven't learned why, but this is probably what happened. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded in the wintry streets of London. It was the first case. A young woman lying on the ground on the snow pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san. The man who had effected his arrest was Mr. Holmes. Thinking our compatriots' innocence, Suzuki-san and I decided to represent Suzuki-san in court. Because no one else will. Then, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. This is all the first case, right? Joyful, joyous, jubilation! What was the man's reaction after a trial? After his jubilation was short-lived. See a telegram from the Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Rose stabbing had regained consciousness. Hurry to the Barts as once. Barts? So Jonathan and I summoned a handsome. What is a handsome?
Here's what I found.
What is a hansom? Hansom.
I found this on the web.
It's a two-wheel horse-drawn, I guess, carriage. Two-wheel carriage covered with a driver seat at the back. Ah, so like a carriage is drawn from the front, like the driver's in the front, so a hansom, the driver's in the back. We learned something new today. So yeah, the lady regained consciousness. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, recovery ward. So this is, yeah, so we're reliving now the second case. There you are, at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late. Wonder if it took as long. Your telegram only arrived 5 o'clock, Mr. Holmes. It's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, it's 5:30 now. 3 made good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself have woken at 4 in the morning by a telegram boy. Feeling was somewhere unjust, and just alone I've been aroused at such an hour. I sent one to you. That's it. Oh, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now. So, the victim here, she only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who arrived at the snow-covered pavement, who was found in the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Surrounded wooden figurine. Isn't that most charming, isn't it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching of a human form in different poses. Really? That's not exactly what you call a typical figure for a purpose, though. Is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps a young woman special someone, do you think? Oh my, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. And the rat is just fucking sitting there too. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever is occupying this bed. See, do not permit to run around the hospital. That patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so here she is, probably running around the hospital. And oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying? Why haven't you discharged the patient yet? That's why they haven't discharged the patient yet. I'm gonna do that again. Let's see. Do not permit around the hospital. Doesn't appear to be here at the moment, so yeah, she's probably running around the hospital. Yep. Oh dear, how worrying. Why they haven't discharged the patient yet? Good old rat. Eek! A mouse! Mr. Naruto, it's an enormous mouse! It's called a rat. Roaming in the hospital? That's something to be best. Look at this very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. Not sure we can say it's down to his excellent at this facility, if that's what you're thinking. That is a rather plump rat. There's all sorts of medicines in the cabinet. Look. Sure if it's even safe leaving it in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you'd try the whole bottle or two. Oh, God. Fucking Holmes. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinets. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hungry doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Otto. I'm not Sholmes, come on. Come on now. There's a lot of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient, I feel you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet is locked, even though it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I no doubt you managed to unlock it somehow. You're half asleep as well. There are limits to what we can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Otto. This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, it seems to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A fucking zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in a local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read it. This. Alright, we're making a short video of that. We have to, sorry. 5 minutes is way too long. There you go.
What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes, the first. Poor woman. He hasn't read this.
30 seconds.
For the pigeons, yes, the first. Poor woman. He hasn't read this.
Two seconds less. Oh, come on now. Don't get stuck. Two clips. Two clips. And we should have the other one for the other. Okay, we just missed it.
Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so you're just probably running around the hospital. Oh dear, not worry. Let's worry. Why aren't you discharged the patient yet? Why didn't you discharge the patient?
28 seconds. So from 43, 53, 3. Yep. Save as new. Yeah, we'll share this. Patient number 1. Patient number 2. Alright, what was the trophy? We had something that... I examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls. That is her name, right? Well, she doesn't have a bottle as far as I can see. Unless that's a bottle, but... Except from the table, but there's nothing on the table. Except in her bag. Must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. Should have brought them directly here after she was found stabbed in the pavement, though. Expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change your clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. Sorry, that's not how things go nowadays, especially at the airport. The young maiden might have cloud chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. I guess she's gonna pull a bottle out, and then we need to check it. Like I said, there's no other bottles here, so... Alright. Let's do this. Good morning. Sharp vibration. She's a painter? Hello, I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm from the Empire of Japan. Oh no! Was it your knife that... Are you the man that... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susato Mikotaba. Pleased to meet you. Lol. He's just finally getting to reading and watching all the shit I sent. Oh no! Was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come and give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Well, thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. No shit. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. What I really mean is, I'm desperate to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. Don't wonder why I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to have bent over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened in her perspective, though, I suppose. Like I said, she has no bottle. Do not feed. Ah, fuck, we'll share those two. Four minutes to share a small ass video. I am streaming, so there is some upload in use. After that's done, we'll upload those two in the chat. Spoiler warnings. The shirt one was for the one on the right. Right? And then the longer one is the one about her. To suddenly be stuck in the back of a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and yet the fog was so thick. Couldn't see a thing. It's 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case got solved, hasn't it? I've been here in the hospital, I mean? Indeed it has, ma'am. My dear ma'am. Spectated by none other than I, Sherlock Holmes. You didn't do shit. Mr. Sholmes. As you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. Gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have gained consciousness. That's so selfish of me. Oh no! We're also relieved you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, or maybe her name should be Blue, not Green. Yeah, she hasn't brought anything out yet, so we can't examine it yet. About yourself. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I could never possibly claim that. Fledgling artist at best. I mean, I am a student here of art, the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, the Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat in Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh, no, is it? Brixton is some 10 shops away from the underground from here. On the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not. But Briar Road is far less superfluous part of town by comparison. It's all those by inferior means. Including the Maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means as opposed to Seki-san does fit the bill. Struck me as someone out of the ordinary for young men in fine arts. It struck me out of the ordinary for a young fine art student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly climbed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of prying into young maiden's private affairs. You cannot know anything about women. Nothing at all. Not even their name, their age, nothing. Their weight. What they're doing, if they have a job, if they're married, if they're single. No, you cannot know anything. Oh, dear me, forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrow Father here? A Narrow Father here? Narrow Father now? If you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but Ah, Mr. Narrowfather, good. It is for you. Message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Natsume, you sent a message to me? Oh, and the police be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume. Exactly. What's going on here? Well, Scotland Yard constable doing lane delivery of the boy at a time like this in the morning. What are you waiting for? Let me see that. What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh? Well, this is most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, we just literally got it and you snatched it out of my fucking hand. No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. New case calls. A case of murder, no less. Must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we could we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That'd be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here to know, my dear fellows. It's all here to know, my dear fellows. Murder we must investigate took place at the Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? Again? Oh, hell, a fakery. No, at once. Fakery. What is a fakery?
Here's some information.
What is a fakery? F-I-A-C-R-E.
Here's what I found.
Gardeners and taxi cab drivers have a patron saint of St. Fakery.
Here's what I found.
That's not it. Patron saint, but it was only yesterday that Suzaki-san was in court and we were spelling doubts of his innocence. And now the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? It will be the unluckiest man ever. So it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. You know, I want some donuts. 12 February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. They killed a court jester. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased, without question. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why is it happening to me? Well, he just got out of court yesterday. It's finally home after 2 days of misery. Then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch the worm like this. Woeful, worm, what about wiggle? I see you're in high spirits again, Mr. Mustache. Ah! Not that horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off. Shoo yourself to the door. Never invited you. Visual came up here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? This. Here they are already. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of excessive consumption of fried foods. Could it be? Good morning, Inspector.
This is a crime scene. Don't go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, sunshine. Dun, 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 dun. Part 2, Miss Green's a hospital bed. Mr. Shamspear's room? Oi, I say hands off! You're gonna miss my crime scene. Okay, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance! I know you're kind. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. How? Someone's in a bad mood. Certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, sounds like I better just talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Fuck the inspector. We'll talk to the damn, our friend first. But after I get some donuts. Krispy Kreme donuts. Tempo. First box of the chocolate ice sprinkle donuts is almost done. They had buy any dozen, get one of the chocolate ice for a dozen. A dozen for $1. For Krispy Kreme this weekend that just passed. So, if you were part of their mailing program, you would have gotten it. At least for here. Who knows, every place is different. What a terrible thing to have to happen. It's only been 3 days since I've been arrested for an incident and paid me outside. And then finally having regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. And its existence of excruciating experiences. You see how that board patching up a hole in the wall? So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So you know the victim? Were you friends?
Hmm. What's the matter with Saseki-san now? This was an interesting enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, supposedly he wasn't a complete stranger. But and did he ever invite me to his room? No, never. On my honor, I swear. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never had asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, you found him here. I felt wretched. That's why I sent word for you to come. The inspector's over there. So, Inspector, what's the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. As you could probably tell, he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss, as happens. Or just did. Mr. Shamspeare? It was the landlord, Mr. Old Garrideb, and the other lodger in Asasumi who found him. He's still in the same place? The fellow didn't rise at the usual hour, so Garrideb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrideb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah. You're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? This was Eki-san? Everything was pretty hard up, it seems. He had done even some time inside for petty crimes. And no money, no place to go, no friends. His acquaintances were the people in his house. His only acquaintances. Miserable life and miserable end to it. So what exactly Mr. Natsum is still doing here? He's not involved in this crime scene in investigation. Shouldn't you send him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabitator. You need that culprit there, ain't you? Oh dear. This assuming appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does come across as an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, can't say as much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been gone for long. Body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. And there's Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Huh? You only need to observe. Hey, pal. You only need to observe it to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There is nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made a miraculous discovery? Second book received to Mr. Assuming purchase the book shop. Let's see, yeah, we remember this. Nearby street map. Yep. That was our previous evidence. Mr. Sholmes, have you made a miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam. We're not even here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to do is what actually happened. My goodness. Isn't everything we need to know? Isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Ooh, now that you propose the idea, I believe... Now that you propose the idea, I believe I could see it. One could indeed see it that way. Present time, I managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. Ah, fuck. It begins. So that's the other one. For honestly answering Mr. Sholmes' question of about whom might have something to belong to the convict. That comes a little bit later. First, there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Huh? Mr. Asuma, what's wrong? Is there something Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget it was here. And number 2, in my second conclusion, that there was a poison lingering on the air here last night that passed through the victim's lips. Nonsense! Ah. Alright, Mr. Asuma, why were you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Visible, infallible, suitable, insignificant! Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by the great deductions, for then you pleasure with 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions of Mr. Sholmes in the past, all completely wrong. There's no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time, and how will he fix it? So, my dear fellows, delight and wonder that let the curtain rise. For other Sholmes, logical and reasoning spectacular. Act 1.
That's not even what I pressed. Alright, now we're ready. Careful observation of the victim reveals that the events transpired in his desolate room last night. Disconsolate room last night. I'm going to act his voice out twice, too. Phone with the mouth of the deceased communicates with the use of poison. You can call that phone, but okay. Next to the victim, we notice a large dinner plate. It contains what you observe. A half-sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Soap? That looks more like a fucking cheese. Why is soap set so purposely on the dish? This is the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that man was about to eat it? Of course. Fork reveals the answer. Like, huh? Because the young man's appetite was his undoing. He got arms in a form of cutlery. The victim engaged in a deadly battle of his life. Huh? Yeah, the struggle against his hunger was so vain that for an end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery beast. So you're saying he was so hungry he ate soap? But then the soap, foul soap, is besmirched by foul poison. Why would you be eating soap? Victim's life was claimed by tainted contents of this plate. The soap and the latter of the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. Cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. But personally, I would have a greater interest in the taste of foul canoe ice, of course. Cause of death, poison. Poisoning from soap ingestion. Topic 2 is suicide or murder. Cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2. On our next question. Was it suicide or murder? Audience will recall from the death occurred in the victim's last supper. The man died alone. Single teacup suggests the answer. So our conclusion of such a meager evidence will be a foolish, however. Certainly. Careful criminal will have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear friend. Death fell. Smashed door. Indeed, what reveals here is, of course, is the broken lock. The force open now. Tell me, this lock was locked. The sole key was the victim's pocket. How do you know? In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. With this inferior soap, once wafted an inferior scent. And there's this pouch with the 3 vials that we saw before. With accurate one lingering near, the victim is then in tragic solitude. Take comfort knowing the fact that his soul was well cleansed, his way to help the hereafter. Suicide. No possible perpetrator present. Thus concludes final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. How to fix it. Everyone's ... There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're supposed to identify that one thing, aren't you? Mr. Naruto. Or pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think a man was would have eaten soap? It's quite apparent that this man's barely a penny to his name. The curious thing, though, so this would soap can suddenly appear to quite irresistible appetite. How extraordinary. In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, some time ago now. Frustration that was cool. That it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed agony on the floor and spit the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Experiences have taught me that valuable soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. Summary? Cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Something's troubling me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Couldn't help notice him shuddering and shivering out of the corner of my eye. Mr. Sholmes' inductions touched the nerve somehow. Nonsense. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Asuma's reaction, during the text induction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Of course. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. It's as you hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at he has intense tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at a obtuse angle. When he does that, it also has to straighten things out. Alright, then let's see what we can do. Yes, we'll pick up the keywords of Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. Alright, why not? Let's join the chat. I'll be here for a short while. Hey.
Okay. What's up, bro?
Having fun with this game, as you can see.
Yeah, I saw. Did he literally dab in the fucking thing?
And which one?
In one of the pictures or the recording, he looked like he just finished dabbing.
I'm trying to remember which one was.
There we go. Done. Everything's done. Let's see. First I gotta check.
Best part of it was like when he drank the tea, it was so bitter that he fell down the fucking stairs.
What? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm a friend of the first. Yeah. I don't know if it went there. I'm just checking something. Account accidentally. What hell is it? It's in my inventory.
Alright. Sholmes made one of his great deductions, so now We have to fix it.
Wait, a window is what? Just like a minion that just follows you around, doesn't do anything? Just is, right? It's just a minion.
If we do that, I'm sure we'll arrive Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, you ready for a second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, continued delight and wonder will let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1, cause of death. Poisoning from soap ingestion.
I have so much shit where I think it's like just, oh, what the fuck all this shit is. A caster in uniform now, true. Audit this text. Box.
Careful observation of the victim reveals that the elements that transpired in his disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dinner plate, which contains, you'll observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully on this dish? Looks like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes.
Okay.
Could it be the man was about to eat it? Of course.
Okay, that's that.
The fork reveals the answer.
What the fuck is that?
This is the logic he came up with. Now it's time to fix it. Because he... Well, you can't deny that looking at the fork implies that man was going to eat something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat soap, I would prefer to use a fork rather than attempt to eat at chopsticks.
That's how you do.
And of course, only 1/2 a bar of soap is left on the plate. But there might not be some other explanation?
Bar soap in a plate? What?
Yeah, Sholmes thinks that this guy died because he ingested 1/2 a bar of soap that's on a plate on the table. Like I said, this is his reasoning. He gets the major stuff right, but then all the small details are wrong. So, like I said, this fork is the answer. So no, it can't be. So that's what they're talking about right now. But might not there be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not a man really ate some soap?
Yeah, cut that stomach open.
Okay, so fork. I suppose you eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does a man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruto. But please don't take it out on me. Point is, if we decided a man used a fork to eat this soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we gotta consider some other clues. Hope. Ah, there he goes. So there's a teacup. You'd think he was drinking tea with his soap. The cup's empty and there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water. And he was dissolving the soap so he could gulp it down as much as possible. Please remember that he may not actually be a soap lover that he's made out to be. Like I said, this is what he thinks. Like I said, he always comes up with the most randomest as fuck possible things. There's the other piece of the soap on the floor. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must really love this stuff. Oh yeah, his name is Mr. Shamspeare. Not Shakespeare, Shamspeare. Let's not jump to any conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's look carefully at this soap. You think you'll fit together perfectly with the half a bar on the table? What the? How could that be? I think there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Yep. Yeah. She's in the living room meowing right now. And I think, yeah, let's present the bottom piece of the other piece of soap. The other piece of soap reveals the answer.
Just don't forget,
Yep. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer.
no, that's take forever to load it.
It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating soap at all.
Bitch.
Mr. Jones, but it's obvious, really. And a complete 180 of what he said. But it's obviously, really. There's no depths of hunger could drive a man to attempt to eat soap. After he just said he died eating soap. Even I, the unquenchable thirst of practical knowledge, only took a single bite. Ah yes, that was an earlier dialogue. He had claimed earlier that he once tried some soap, that he ate soap, and then he had the idea that it would clean his insides. And did it? Then he was on the floor in so much pain and crunching his stomach while throwing up. And he thinks in the end, yes it did. Even I, my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, only took a single bite. But that begs the question now, how the man was poisoned. There's no sign of food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Namahodo. And one that furnishes us with answers we seek. Blood is foul soap is besmirched with foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison, tainted by the contents of this plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If London's soap is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. Hope, down. 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 Damn. But there's no sign of food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes in people's lips, is it? Shh. That'd be annoying.
Oh, I would have just killed her right there. She didn't have to go and tell the lawyers.
If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Now stop being annoying. I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating soap at all. It was his fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Mr. Naruto, I really think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning if the gentleman had particular taste. Susato-san's gentle words, but I know what I've been told off.
The burn killed me.
Contents of the plate. Contents of the plate is just the soap again, isn't it? Well, you know they say in Japan, don't you? If your food is poison, you might as well eat the plate and all. Well, there's an image. All I can picture is the victim taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. The soap like some tofu and the plate like some giant rice cracker.
Plastic. Record plastic.
Oh dear, that sounds like a very bland combination. Alright. Nothing else to suggest.
Oh wait, who are you fighting? No. Boy.
Yes, a western vessel for serving the infusions of dry tea leaves.
I need healing.
It's a teacup, Mr. Naruto, as well, you know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we established the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence suggests that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. Hope, stop. Get off. Down. 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 As I pushed her off. Yeah, and people's like, oh, you know, you could train your cat. Yeah. Basically, the way they train their cat is they get tired of whatever they're doing and just don't care anymore what they do. You can try a soft food or, you know, different taste of food.
Soft food has a lot of chemicals in it. So I try not to go, like,
But then again, you don't really know what's in hard food either for the cats or dogs for that matter. Yes, this victim's life was claimed by the tainted the teacup. Indeed. Because it's been a vessel for choice for practicing poisoners for over the centuries. And it would appear this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to an immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to ingestion of poison contained in the teacup. Poison from soap ingestion, now poison in the tea. Cause of death solved. Topic 2. Murder or suicide? No perpetrator present. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2. Ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. The man dine and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the western vessel for hot drinks again. I'm already featured heavily in our deduction so far.
At least I could just do enough damage to make it go down to his electricity.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shanspire was drinking his tea.
Because then I can get his health down to by 10%, and then he'll probably go into his electricity.
There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsuma's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggested. More as deduction as seems. He must closely examine the scene again for more clues.
Oh.
Ah, there we go. Examine the fork again. The fork again? The victim seems to be holding it so pointedly. It makes it impossible to let go of the idea it must be involved somehow.
It's 60, dude. It's still main story. One of the main story dungeons.
Well, let's hope it turns out to be a useful clue in the end.
It's 61. 60 to 62 or something. 61, 62 to 62.
It's empty, and then it's the only other cup on the table. It would appear, yes. Consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning is highly logical. It is always the same in those deductions. Real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests.
Okay, so we can't damage him.
Mr. Naruhodo, you seem very dubious of Mr. Sholmes all of a sudden. Alright, second clue. Another teacup. Oh, it's another Western style vessel. It's a teacup! And it too is empty.
No hitting. Dude, this shit's not affecting him.
Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand,
He's up you. Yeah, he's
we can assume that this is the cup which Mr. Shamshire was actually drinking.
That water literally hit me.
If that's the case, it changes everything. To deduce up to this far and now turn on his head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly what you feel. Am I that on? The other teacup suggests the answer.
Doesn't even matter.
doesn't matter because
Yes, there are two teacups in the room all along. Ah! In other words, a strong indication that the victim's last supper.
Look, I'm gonna poke him.
it's already dead.
There was a guest present.
Yeah, he was already dead when you signed your tag.
At the very least, we can now say for certainty. So somebody else was in the room last night, drinking tea with the victim. Oh, what are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable, unjusting, unreasonable. To draw a conclusion for such a meager evidence would be foolish, I return. Well, in case you get more deduced about this possible guest on the table.
Wolfie boy.
Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say, you know, who was in this room at the time of the victim's death?
It's the mother. Alright, it was the butler. It's always the butler.
No, the house owner's too poor to afford a
Doesn't
maid.
matter. Just get a butler in there and it's his fault.
In this game, apparently, your social status is if you have at least one or more maids in your house. And this guy's too poor to afford one maid. So he's low class.
Mediocre class.
Back then, that's...
I think this game is taking place like around 1900 or so.
Yeah. That's basically where fucking...
Alright, you mean to say you know exactly who was in the room at the time of death? Hope, down. Indeed, what reveals the answer is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like this deduction is going now. Afraid it's too late to go back on the Helicon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can't ignore your feelings, and we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Broken lock. Oh dear. The latch is almost definitely broken, is it? Yeah, the door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to Mr. Garrett, told the inspector.
Oh.
I didn't even see the wolf come out.
Who knew her short, thin legs could have such strength in them? I'm not sure the kick of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps this is more Mr. of the poor state of the door than Mr. Nasuma's strength, actually. Careful. If you overheard that remark, you'd almost certainly have a lively response.
Damn it.
Get this lockpick truck in his ear.
I thought my special too.
Yeah, same here.
Empty bottle.
He gets stuck again.
It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. Makes you think, doesn't it?
It's stopped over place.
It makes me think you're full of hot air. Think about who else was in the room that night.
When I
Bother. So some quip of the response is cleverer than my original riddle. Pile of books. Hope. First glance, it appears the things in this room are a makeshift stage of costumes. We're looking at 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. Read the titles. Picture of Monsieur Locke, Canterbury Yearnings, and
oh my
A Meal for Girbu.
Elise. Stop that.
Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. May just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 that Mr. Asumi purchased the other day. What? Yep, but the other day a fortunate incident when Mr. Green was stabbed. So I guess I just been in the bookshop and bought them. That's right. And those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Asumi claims never been here before. What? What does this mean? What do you think? I don't know what to make of it.
I know, I want to see if I can make any condensed or if I have it. Let me check if I have it here. Just going to Monster Goods. Well, it's like right here. Back make 2 condensed. So I have
Pile of familiar books. We have to answer this wrong for a trophy, so. Empty bottle.
shit. No.
You can use this bottle may have possibly been brought by here by a guest. Further conjecture is guest vessel may have possibly occurred last night. That may possibly be too much conjecture. Do you not think, Mr. Hodo? Ah. To make a reintroduction, you must step beyond the realms of conjecture. To the realm of facts. I shall conjecture that you may possibly never make the leap higher.
I was gonna do artifacts, but whatever you want to do, I can just do it. I don't have to spend my resume. Well, actually, no, I was gonna spend my resume for tomorrow. But if you want to spend it for artifacts, it's up to you. I can help you.
Was there someone else in the room here or not? Clearly, it's a fundamental question that will reveal the truth about this man's passing. So let's make sure to have solid grounds for our conclusion.
You're gonna do it for a book? Wait. What books are you doing for?
I think we were supposed to present.
Level books.
Candle. Even Mr. Shamster didn't eat candles, it seems. Pretty established that he didn't eat soap either. I think perhaps the guest brought the candle in last night. You should did. Doesn't reveal anything about the guest, didn't he? Good point. That was my idea. Stuffed out like a candle.
80.
If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Arnold, you're in danger of blowing out the flame.
80 is fine. Don't need 90. 90 is if you're well.
No, I just like
There's no completion. It's just
I like to have my guys complete.
yeah. If you want them completed, you also have to do the artifacts too.
Yeah, that was we.
We were supposed to probably present that.
Shut up about Bennett, probably. send them? No, I cannot.
Can become shorter the longer they burn. The candle is still rather long.
Oh, that's
I like it someone was
check.
here to light them after the victim died.
I want to see if I can
Quite the glowing answer, Mr. Naruto. However, you appear to have overlooked the most possible. Please overlook the candle.
I keep forgetting I was.
Burn brighter, great detective, my dear fellow. The whole point of this exercise is to fix your mistakes, isn't it?
Like, I don't need to fight the wind anymore because I got 20. I just have to get Silk Rose to 80 and just go to that.
Ooh, I can make 9 of these. Yay. 9 of these. Now I just have to wait until I want to wait until the battle pass comes out so that I can then upgrade the Archons normals to 9 because then I'll
Was off from the inside at times. You know we could have entered the room. Therefore, absolutely certain no one else was in the room outside when the victim died. Mr. Naruto, that answer you haven't righted my reasoning in any way. Oh yes, that's true. As a logician, you can never surpass me. The science of deduction and analysis requires long and patient study. Several attempts ahead of you. Your attempts correct me only serve to highlight your deficiencies.
9 is good, but 10 is kind of little.
So you get for agreeing with someone.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm not sending everything.
Yeah. We may have to do this again.
Wait, can I actually craft that material? No, wait. I wonder if I can. Can I? No, I can't. Okay. I thought I could.
Alright, let's do that then.
I just had to like
The
fucking just close
noodler.
it. I just closed the fucking application.
No, I had bad luck with fucking closing the application. I did that with Final Fantasy 14. I almost lost my whole fucking progress. 14, knowing that it's a fucking. This was like that. Yeah. It will always like.
Oh, I'm doing it wrong, yeah. It's not this part.
Back then, it was like getting so corrupted. Like, I had to reinstall all those files. So, I'll like have it. Now I double save. And I make sure that when I'm exiting, I exit the game to the main menu first. And then I close application.
Yeah, I'm just loading in.
Indeed, reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. Some of your present has these 3 titles are here in this room. It's The Link to the Truth. As for assuming you purchased these books 4 days ago, second-hand bookshop. It's coincidence. In that case, you'll be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. I have nothing to do on it. I finished the story. I literally finished the story, so I have nothing else to do on it.
I mean, you help me.
I got it.
Yeah, I did that. I did the Puppet's Bunker and whatever the other thing was. Finished Eden, so there's no point in grinding out tomestones, whatever, for gear when the gear's about to be replaced.
Yeah, exactly. I made make money from it. I just only did tank armor. Oh, I forgot. I can actually get it.
I still have to get all my other characters up. I have after The first expansion, I never finished getting the characters higher, the jobs.
Are you in soup for a fucking Reaper?
Yeah, I actually want to level it, since that's how my Dark originally was in 11.
Yeah. That's what Dark is supposed to be.
No, but everyone used great swords because it had a stronger skill, especially for the relics. So I'm one of the few people that had the Apocalypse relic. Oh, get out from there. Yeah. At least once it was 99, like, you know, it was easier to get relics to 90, and then the 5 things were a pain back when we still had a group for Dynamis to get it to 99. Of course, now we're gonna get like 100 or whatever, how much it was to get the afterglow effect. No, never, not negotiable. You can't bring your own copy here. It proves that 3 books are in fact yours. They purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings. You were arrested the very next day. So you clearly had to brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that.
Wait, what are you doing? DPS or healer?
I got my skills already set. So.
Yeah, if you didn't do it earlier, I was gonna say, hey, I'm in my Dark Knight.
You know, and because the only thing I have is Dark Knight, and you know they're gonna redo the skills and stuff again, I guess, or something. So I have to relearn all the jobs again, anyways.
Come on, just leave the fucking skills alone. I'm already used to the fucking skills.
You know, and I already I still have half my skills from the old original set of Dark Knight that I can't use. That I've been replacing when I was leveling up.
They're already changing one skill to Dark Knight.
They're probably going to change like certain like.
Well, when they got rid of classes, that also changed some things. So.
Yeah.
I can't wait for
this dungeon. No. Next time, where's DPS?
Wait. Do you want to leave and?
No. I'm already.
You should have told me.
In other words,
I told you to go.
you only brought these 3 books to your victim's room.
Do you just want to like redo it?
Nope. If the person backs out from DPS,
Last
the
night,
person doesn't queue up.
return your lodgings after your trial concluded. No baby.
Don't queue. Come on, don't queue.
Ow.
I'm a okay healer.
In short, there's only one possible conclusion.
You saw me a healer? I'm done.
Victim died in his room last night as a result of poisoning.
I don't.
The same night, the victim had a visitor.
No, could be, dude.
The visitor?
I'm just saying, me? Did you see me a healer? Sorry, not playing the game.
Was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholm's great deduction reasoning.
Dude, you should have saw the other dungeon I was doing earlier with the robot. Oh my god. Like, I couldn't, like, somehow get rid of those red rings that were around me.
Deduction
and they
complete.
would just do, like, so much fucking damage
Elementary.
to me. It was, like, nuts.
Not again. Accuse of murder again. Well then, Mr. Natsume. It appears you're gonna have to accompany me to your yard. Again. I love how this one Inspector Gregson is just
I hate this dungeon.
always eating fish. Is basically eating fish and chips, or rather chips. He has an infinite amount of freaking fries in his goddamn hand in this newspaper wrapped fries. But wait! Hold your horses! Yeah? Door, key, locked. Entry, and exit. Entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being stranger than normal. What, do you think that's an alibi? You could have made a copy of the key. What? You live in the same building after all. Oh, you have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But. Misery me! Sorry, sir. You have to get a chance to give your side of the story later. Fact speaks for himself, Mr. Mustache. Ah, you horrible Herlock Sholmes. He has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now. No dilly-dally. Outside. There's a carriage waiting. Logo student, Mr. Naruto Esquire.
Anything else?
I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me. Please, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later to talk about it. One more thing. Oh, yes.
Just make sure you keep aggro
A
because
poor little kitty cat. Please give him breakfast for me.
You're still following me or no?
And so his evil curse was apparently unbroken. Sasaki-san found himself once again in the prime suspect of a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great
At least
detective.
finally now I have 2 freaking AoE skill. I mean 3 now. I finally have fucking 3 AoE skills I can use now. Finally. Normally only have
I got a
fucking 2.
monster on me.
Oh,
My-
coming.
My dear fellow, the honor belongs to you.
Is he on you now?
No,
Well, at least it means Inspector Gregson is no longer here.
there's still one on the red.
We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. That's right, and of course... What? We've forgotten that the inspector mentioned before? If the landlord, Mr. Garrett, will discover Mr. Shamspear. Oh, Mr. John Garrett, yes. I expect you'll find him in the sitting room at the top floor as usual. Alright, we'll see if we go talk to him later then.
Yeah, on my screen they're all like going grouped up here. I'm surprised they're still going after you guys. Either I'm like hitting them. What the fuck is that?
Oh, this is the first boss, dude.
I know, but I'm just saying like how creepy it looks.
Oh yeah. I know it fucked up a lot though.
There's not much on these shelves, is there?
I can't lock on
It's
to
one-
there you go.
Wine glass and
So
bottle.
trying to like
Fuck up number 1.
Both of them are cracked.
You don't even know.
Yep, not much use are they?
huh? What are you saying?
You didn't grab his hate.
I did. I used provoke.
No, provoke doesn't really.
It only works if someone has more hate than you, like a lot more hate.
Yeah, you need. What you do is you
You have to do one of your hate moves of,
do. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
and make sure you're in tank stance also.
Yeah, I'm in tank stance. Yeah, I forgot I could have just used freaking lightning shot.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do when you. What I do is I jump. I do a jump,
Right.
and then I provoke and then shot.
Okay.
What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. He was so reckless with his wine glasses, I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some of them to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet.
When you see someone having that, you're supposed to move on.
Okay.
As you see from the outside, the window's completely bricked up. Vestige of the former window tax the Britons had to pay. One of the strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had on a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an affordable tax. Oh! What is it, Mrs. Idle? If you look closely, a number of bricks are loose. And more soap. Oh, yes, it looks like the amateur had broken out of the few pieces here. Was it Mr. Shaftesbury who did it, I wonder? Being a lodger renting his room?
Yeah, don't move too much. Just leave it right here.
Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruto. The outside is a ledge. There's something on it. What, outside? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Actually, I'm gonna look at it really quick.
This is a gas meter, I think.
Critical age, strength, vitality, and skill speed, no?
Seems that the district residents pay for gas as they use with their coins. I see, now that they have pointed it out, you can see there's a slot just it looks like it will take a coin.
Yes.
So you mean you can put a coin in here? That's right, you could buy about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. Poor person with no money, you have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yeah, sorry if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Well, that good is there's no meter on our office.
I just heard someone level up.
That's not a level.
No?
It's a gas well light, isn't it? Connected to the gas pipe on the wall. Gas lights, gas stove. London is really a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. Mascaradeb had open fire on the top floor, didn't they?
One guy, I was like, wait, he's like...
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. For a real fire anyways. So much cozier. Brr, it's so cold outside. You can feel it through his cap. Did snow last night, so it'll be cool. More importantly, what's on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? Why would we be doing soap light up on the window ledge on the outside? I have no idea. This period looked rather charming like that. So it's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap line outside the window. Think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Here, look at this soap.
I saw you heal me.
Do you see something in the middle there? That's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but
I can get my hair grow back.
some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain.
And I used one of my buffs. Like make me like survive longer.
There are certain dungeons you can't really pull a lot of things. Like you have to do like one at most 2 groups.
Yeah, no, but
Especially if people are undergeared.
Yeah. Well, because I died and the guard killed me.
Yeah, I let you die.
Sort of looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. Oh, your expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap has been entered the court record. A cheap bar of soap that was covered in the stone outside of the cell. There's 1 or 2 more where we found it.
Gunblade, fencing. Oh, it's the same. Spending, yeah, take that.
It's part of a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust a British to turn a bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. Flag. Why do I keep hearing a chocobo?
That's my cell phone.
Chocobo, that's a bugle.
No, it's Chocobo.
Wait, you changed it?
It's always been a Choco.
No, before. No, but what's the bugle one that you have? You're the bugle sound. Like the bugle.
Moogle?
I've never had a Moogle one.
Yeah, you did.
Moogles don't really have sounds until like more recent games.
No, they have a sound.
Yeah, they go cuckoo.
Oh, just only one enemy.
Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look like out of place in this room with this grim, shady going-ons. This one looks like a king's attire.
I'm surprised
King. Always dreamt of being a king.
Already being readied.
I think I'd be more suited for a feudal lord.
It still says no.
The Mayo Shushek.
Yeah, that's because someone is not
With a
happy.
Chung Mage top knot, every Japanese man wishes he had a Chung Mage. Look, wonderful one. Here you have the sword. Can you imagine what happened to walk around the streets of London with a Chung Mage and a sword?
Staying in the middle. Stay in the middle.
Stay in the middle. Okay. Just stay in the middle, got it.
Yeah.
I hit the wrong
Okay.
button.
You gotta move to the clear spot.
What is a Chung Mage?
I found this on the web.
What is a CHONMAGE?
Here's some information.
Chun Mage, traditional Japanese haircut. A top knot.
Fuck, don't know what to do.
Alright, the stage. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I believe, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for a nightly Shakespeare performance? Aspiring actors of great stage must practice their art.
Clear spot.
Wait for without an audience, Mr. Naruhodo.
Who's in the clear spot? Son of a bitch.
In fact, in really, no, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in the office. Huh? Then you can practice your art every day. I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that will help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Alright, nothing left to check but the body. Oh, there's something on the floor here.
I keep killing it right before it does a spell.
What's this? It's a part of an envelope, I think. I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is it significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. You look around the room. There's no sign of a letter in the rest of the envelope, and the fact is there. She's right. Yeah, we have a torn off edge of an end of an envelope.
I just wanted to get it out of the way because sometimes that bugs the crap
Strikes me as unusual.
I don't like.
I agree, better take this just in case. Torn off end of an envelope. Ripped piece of an envelope found in Mr. Shamspear's room. Rest of the envelope could not be located. Nope, it is not here.
Oh, they're still on me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah, one of the teacups Mr. Shamspear and his guest drank last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's a bitter poison inside. Not planning on drinking any, but don't worry. And the cups are both empty.
I heard someone with a cat.
Yeah, it's probably Princesses.
Yep, she's in the living room. Meowing to her brothers and nephews. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsumi was drinking from. But the second wasn't poisoned, of course. We should take these so we can examine them in detail later. Pair of teacups. Used by Mr. Shamspear and Natsume. One with a green line around the rim was Natsume's.
Oh, what now?
Dude, don't walk away.
Looks like you're having fun snooping around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella into the clink when I reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, the place will be cordoned off by a yard.
Not right now.
Oh, I see. Well,
Damn, you wanna
we'll be leaving then.
My mom's like fucking texting.
Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low,
Yeah, alright.
being back in the cell so soon. We should probably go in, and he's getting back up.
We'll get to the next boss. I'll break
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
You'll be the last boss.
Are we
Yeah.
at the next boss?
What's that?
Cause then I'll be right back. I have to do something. My mom's fucking texting.
Oh, out, brief candle.
Another ad.
Life but a walking shadow. Poor player. That struts and frets and sour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
Black Mage wants you to bigger.
Okay.
Now, I'll sign up the next part.
But that's
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Well, this is everything. There's only 3 ads.
Oh, that's quite right. What?
that was luck.
Walking Dead.
Now you see why I don't like fighting that guy?
Wait, what? The one that we're fighting right now?
The fella ain't dead at all?
Motherfucker.
What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. Soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare.
We're almost done. My mom just keeps fucking texting shit.
So it was. The victim, Mr. William Shamspire, came back to life. The man had indeed been poisoned. Transpired it and it hadn't killed him. He was taken to the emergency carriage by a nearby hospital for
I
treatment.
am so lucky I popped out right before he did that.
Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime and whatever it was now. Briar Road. What do you think will happen now? Good question. Well, strangers waiting for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim never died in the first place. Seems very likely Mr. Shamspire did consume poison, as we deduced. It was an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth is established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come any more than that late night in cells. Oh, what's this? What's the man doing over there?
Well, you got probably 15 seconds because this cutscene.
He looks like he's trying to see Soseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, can we have a word? Ah. And he's gone. He just ran off. Sure, I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I did too, but I don't remember. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Miss Scaredab live, all the windows are bricked up. Because of the old window tax. So the tax is gone, then why don't people who pay to open the windows back up? They can't afford to pay that. Sad state of affairs. So people like poor Natsume who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for the very cheap accommodations. This all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Scaredab household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are positioned in a corner. So as I look at the building, I can't help but feel like it's a bit of a slant. It does look rather as though the collapse in the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? But I suppose it has been haunted as well. I have a hunch as why Sasaki-san has such a hunchback. When there's blanketed fog again, the sky is covered in cloud. Carefully in the distance, you can see the Crystal Tower being built. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition is set to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition in London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. Can't wait for it myself. You think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? Last Great Exhibition was held in London and had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. This time British are determined to make it an even bigger success. To outdo the Paris exhibition. Incredible number of people. Expected to attend, we should easily be able to sleep in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. But the bicycles are extremely popular in Great Britain at the moment. This one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Have to make it a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly affected. It's a good chance Mr. Natsumi may have been practicing on his bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Why has someone built a snowman on some sort of pedestal, you think? It's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto, it's a part of the snowman's body. But he has a perfectly good body. So the British snowman are usually made of 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. Yet him as he may be strange. Poor man. I know how he feels. If anything, the Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen are the strange ones. After all, real people do have 3 sections: a head, a torso, and legs. You ever consider that perhaps you think about things too much? Alright, we kicked that out of the crime scene, so... reprimanded a moment because Scotland Yard is investigating. Seeing the crime. I believe we visited this place for some time. The Garrett residence. And there's his goddamn cannon and artillery rounds, still in the living room. 21st February, the Garrett's room. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. You guys are getting quiet. Through. You guys have gotten quiet.
I went, Eddie stepped away and we're in a dungeon.
And they still kick you out, I think, after 5 minutes of inactivity? Or something?
I don't know.
I had that happen one year in a birthday. They wanted to do the candles, and then Mom wanted to take a bunch of photos, and by the time I get back, nope, I'm already kicked for inactivity.
No, you just got back now. Hurry up, dude.
I know.
Before you get kicked out of the dungeon.
I know. I was gonna try to say, put a message and say
I
I'm
already
back.
did.
Oh, okay.
Oh. You say you want...
We're here because Mr. Garrett is the one who started this incident this morning, don't forget.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, is everyone ready? Everyone ready? I guess, right? Should I just go in?
Yeah. Just go
Okay.
in. You're the leader, dude.
Okay.
Down. Ah, you chaps, eh? Good morning, sir.
My mom's like, hurry up, you stupid ass. I want Netflix. Give me Netflix.
What the fuck? Don't go in those circles, and you have to pay attention of
Yeah. Thank you for your cooperation yesterday in court.
which way is going to... Ah, fuck.
That was quite a trial.
Out of the way.
As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone else, really.
Wait, how could the thing be moved by itself?
Because
Come straight back here to
that's
business
what it
on
does.
Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up in a more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder, will you mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know about that dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor. Those were the exact Inspector Rexon words,
You see,
weren't
it
they?
says force march. It makes
Is there any?
there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing I can get out of that.
I think this is a good stopping point.
Yeah, my mom wanted me to try to get her fucking Netflix. That's why she was calling. Fuck.
Well, you could pay an account that, you get at least, I think, 2 accounts with the normal one.
I mean, we had Netflix because we were sharing someone, but then, they, downgraded it, so, like, they go have, like, a certain amount of accounts on it.
A certain amount of active users at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Certain amount of users, and,
Yeah, I know how it is.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get going, so I gotta get ready for work stuff tomorrow, so see you around.
yep. Later.
Alright, SJC, I'll talk to you later.
Alright. Oh, so the game did become a little louder. Alright, thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. A little early, not that early, but don't forget to check out my socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. Let's see who's on the raid. Oh, that's the same as doing the second run.